Welcome to this evening's Westerville City Schools Board of Education meeting. We're delighted to have all of you. In accordance with Westerville City Schools District COVID-19 guidelines, in-person attendance requires the wearing of facial mask or facial covering while indoors. This evening's agenda will be displayed on the screens in the front of the room. You can also log on to the district website and follow along. There will be two opportunities to address the board this evening, the first being agenda item 6.1. The first set of public comments is relative to agenda items 7.1 through 11.4. Please state the agenda items you are referencing at the beginning of your comments. The second opportunity is agenda item 12.1. There is a sign-up sheet located on the back table of the room. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to address the board, and a timer will be shown on the screen. And with that, Ms. Marshall, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Bell?
Here.
Mrs. Meyer?
Here.
Dr. Nestor Baker?
Here.
Mrs. Altman?
Here.
Mrs. Davidson?
Here. Will you join us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. We do not have any district highlights or recognitions tonight, so we're going to move on to 4.1, approve the minutes of the Board of Education meeting held on Monday, January 24th, 2022 as presented. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, will you call the roll?
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Mrs. Altman?
Yes.
Mrs. Meyer?
Yes.
Dr. Nestor Baker?
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson?
Yes. Tonight we have 3 reports. 5.1, Hope Squad presentation, Tammy Santa and Jesse Martin. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, President Davidson, members of the board, Dr. Kellogg, Ms. Marshall. I'm here alongside Jesse Martin, and I think more importantly on behalf of so many of our Hope Squad advisors and leaders tonight to provide you an update on how our Hope Squads are doing as well as our QPR program. So in case those haven't heard the history behind it, I think that's one of the just most beautiful parts is this has been almost a 4-year process for this to come to life this school year. And it began with some high school students coming to their administrator and saying it's really hard to lose our peers. And so we want to be part of the solution, part of the process, part of doing something better as it relates to mental health education and suicide awareness. So that escalated through that school and onto my desk. And then you guys know the, or most people would know the sobering statistics when it comes to mental health and specifically suicide. So, you know, part of a function of my office is to track that and to look at our local stats, look at our national stats, and we know it really impacts our little humans, but more so it impacts everybody. And so we know that we lose 120, 130 people every day to suicide, and that just spoke to us as students now seeing such a need. And so we got to work, a small group of us, looking around, what's out there, what programs are speaking to us, what's working, and stumbled upon Hope Squad through a variety of filtering processes. With that, we then became in alignment with Westerville Education Challenge and presented a very long-term goal for sustaining this program. And you know, just incredibly, they then agreed to partner with that, and we presented and adopted Hope Squad. So that's just kind of a backstory of starting with a student idea and really wanting to be peer-led and coming together with the community, and we launched this year into 3 of our high schools. So that's a little bit about how it came to be as quickly as possible. And then I'll give you a little overview of what Hope Squad is. This will be pretty brief, so I welcome your questions, but it's a lot of content to pack into a short time frame. So what is Hope Squad? Hope Squad is a peer-led mental health and suicide prevention and education program. The key there is peer-led, which is what our students asked for. I think most of us know as parents, we can tell our kids a lot, but the moment their friends say it, it means a lot more. So it's part of the reason why this works so well. And I would say one of the primary tenets is it really just promotes positive mental health and wellness. And this is a snapshot on your left of our incredible advisors. So broken down by each high school, there's 6 staff advisors supported by an administrator. And then one of the other cool parts is it's also supported by Westerville Education Challenge member. What we don't have on here is a snapshot of the hundreds of students. And so there's about 50 to 70 students across 9, 10, 11, 12 at each building that are peer nominated. So they were selected by their peers to be Hope Squad advisors. And so those are, when we say our Hope Squad groups, that would be 50, 60, 70 students with these advisors alongside them, and that comprises our groups. On the right side of this slide would be the curriculum that supports the Hope Squads. In the core of that, you'll see core phases. There's 4 that all Hope Squads get. So everyone has some autonomy at each building to meet in a different way, and the minimum request is they get through those 4 phases. We'll talk about QPR here in a moment, but all of the others around the Lifesaver are also just additional. They have wonderful curriculum that they've just recently revised, and so those are just supplemental lessons that some of our students are able to get. And this is, again, year after year after year, so it's not something you have to complete in 1 year's timeline. And then this is just a glimpse at our really successful Hope Week. This happened recently at all 3 buildings. You would see just a week-long, just really fun activities that focused on mental health awareness and education, incredible kindness gestures, week-long events at basketball games. I think Central still has theirs rescheduled with the snow, but just lots of really awesome things. When you see them writing those notes, that was probably the most powerful pieces, and the wings at Central's Warhawk. But just again, hundreds of kids stopping by these tables and telling their stories is quite powerful. So that is a really quick overview. I'm going to let Jesse jump into QPR.
Okay, so it would be difficult to talk about Hope Squad without also talking about QPR. And QPR is an evidence-based curriculum that is one of the anchors of the curriculum in the Hope Squad, so they kind of go together. When we go through it, QPR is question, persuade, and refer. Okay, so all of our Hope Squad students got this training, and I'll show you in a few slides all the trainings that we've been offering to get all staff trained in QPR. QPR offers hope. It's a positive action, but it's not counseling or treatment. It does not take the place of counseling or mental health support. It's just a way to identify students that might be struggling and getting them appropriate help. I'm going to show you a few slides of what it looks like for the QPR training, just to give you an idea of what we are showing staff, community members, students. We work through the 3 warning signs for suicide for suicide awareness. So there's words and actions and situations. And all of those, we kind of drill down what each of those warning signs look like to educate the students on what to look for in their peers. After we go through the warning signs and educating the students and staff on what to look for, we then go through the QPR process. QPR is question first, and we want to ask the students about suicidal thoughts. This is really hard, and it's really heavy stuff for our students and for our staff. So we also encourage people, if they can't ask the question, to get them to people that can. So question is the first step in the process. Then we have persuade, and we're persuading the person to get help. So if we ask the question and we're concerned about a student's well-being, or if they have suicidal thoughts, we want to make sure that we're taking action to get them the help that they need. And the last step in QPR is refer. We want to refer them to immediate help. We have people in each building that can do that step alongside staff or students that identify students that are having suicidal thoughts. This is a brief overview of who's been trained in QPR so far this school year. So back in the spring, 15 of us got trained to be gatekeepers, meaning that we could train QPR to staff and students. And after that, we trained all the Hope Squad students, all the Hope Squad advisors. We've gone to each of the high schools and offered QPR so that all high school staff are trained. We've also been offering it during the WE days so that staff can sign up and take the QPR training. And of course, our mental health team and school psychologists have also been trained as well. Along with that, the WC has been offering it through virtual QPR community trainings. So there's one coming up February 22nd. And as you can see, it has all the dates coming up that anyone in the community can sign up and get this training for free to continue to educate the community about suicide awareness and prevention. Ooh.
And just a quick glimpse, and we'll watch a short video of how it's going. I think, you know, for us, when you launch such an important and heavy program, you're not sure how it's going to lift. And I think we even had our own hesitations and wonders, and it's far exceeded all of those expectations, and we're very early in. So we've definitely navigated some hiccups, and we're just really excited for the future. But the success stories, once a week, once every 2 weeks, Jesse and I receive a text or an email from a community member, a parent, or from one of our Hope Squad advisors sharing a student story. So I can't impress the lives that it has already saved. And I also want people who are unfamiliar with it to know students are saying, nothing's changed with what people are sharing with me. The only thing that's changed is I know how to better respond. And so that's just a really important piece. Probably one of the most recent touching ones was when a parent reached out to us and said they were having a problem with somebody else in the home, and their Hope Squad advisor daughter had to step in and advise mom and dad. And it became a very humbling moment, I can only imagine as a parent, but she walked us through what that looked like, and it was really cool to see that. So again, we have lots and lots of those stories. We've covered the QPR Education and Hope Week, and I'll talk a little bit more about the expansion plans after we watch this quick video.
I was nervous, such a big list of both the students and the staff to have these conversations about suicide prevention and have these conversations about the importance of mental health. That's my wheelhouse. But to put that out at the building level, I was like, I don't know how this is going to go. It's going to be a lot of energy. And it has been this powerful recharging thing to see students take ownership and to see students like feel positive about their experiences and how strong it's made them and use those experiences to help others. It's been just life-changing. Really, truly, it's been such a privilege to be a part of this program.
When we didn't have a Hope Squad, it feels like everyone was just in their own little bubble and they were just trying to get through it. But now I feel like kids are more like into school and really just trying to understand what they themselves are feeling.
What have you learned so far from this Hope Squad experience?
That mental health is not a bad thing. I feel like there's just so much negative about it, but that kids really need it, and they don't particularly understand like adult way of thinking, so they just understand what they're thinking, and having other kids understand that is just so much more impactful than just going and talking to an adult themselves, because once you realize what other kids are feeling, it's kind of becomes real, I want to say.
Anything you're most proud of accomplishing so far as a Hope Squad leader?
Getting kids home. Because that was one thing in the past that I just felt like I couldn't do. And then once I took the class and became part of the club, it just like came more like I realized that I can do this. Like I can really help other kids get help.
This past 6 months as we've kind of told students what it is and rolled it out, students are becoming more aware of resources from peer to peer, so students feel less alone. When they're in crisis and they don't know who to reach out to, they're like, I know this one kid on Hope Squad, or I have a friend that's friends with somebody on Hope Squad. And so we get a lot of referrals from friends of friends who, I reached out to this Hope Squad member, they said, I need to talk to you. Like, it's been beautiful to see this network work in such a positive way.
I was interested in taking QPR training in support of our public safety personnel because they do encounter a lot of tragedy during their work and sometimes need help processing. The kind of the taboo areas where maybe you're not sure what questions to ask or how deeply to probe into somebody's personal life, and that's a balance, especially in the workplace where people are they want to keep their private life private sometimes, and knowing that it's okay to ask questions, and if people don't want to talk about it, they'll tell you, but if they feel comfortable or if they truly are in trouble, that you extending a hand to them might be the thing that saves them.
I was invited to participate in the QPR training, and it was not that long ago, and so that was my first exposure to QPR itself, although I had had other training based on my higher ed experience and master's, just with students in distress and students who are considering or possibly considering harming themselves. It matters so much, just knowing that you have a response, that you're not the deer in the headlights. If someone, you wonder if they're considering harming themselves or if they're in pain or distress, that you have some kinds of language, some kinds of ability in yourself to address it, and addressing it and asking questions. Gosh, that's so important for not just students, but for people in our lives. I mean, we just want them to know that they're important, they're valued, and they matter, and we want them here, and it's okay to share. It's okay to share.
So it's just a quick glimpse of both, I think, Hope Squads, right, and the QPR piece. I think it's important to see the three prongs, right? We're really hitting our students while also our parents and our community, as well as our staff, right? And we have a nice long-term plan to hit that. Staff have said, right, they've had a lot of suicide and mental health education and prevention, but none that's packaged so simple. So that is the win for us. I think it's a little bit easier if you haven't gone through it to understand the steps simpler. So for expansion, we're trying to, and despite COVID slowing us down a little bit, we're hoping to watch this again next year and then start looking at the middle school expansion. Again, sink in there, get that going really well, and then dip it down. This does dip down K-12. So that is the nice part, is that we see 5 to 7 years from now a really strategic thought to putting this in all of our buildings. To wrap up, we just want to again say thank you to WEC for their financial and human resource support. It's been incredible to just walk alongside them and them supporting us, so just really appreciative. I know we have a few members here tonight. And then I would just end by inviting you to either attend QPR or stop by a Hope Squad meeting. You're going to learn a lot more from our students than anyone. And then we'll do another August kickoff retreat, and you're always welcome there as well. I think to see it and feel it for yourselves could be really great. With that, we will answer any questions.
I'll start. Just a couple of quick questions and comments. I'll just roll them all together. So you were talking about our students spearheading this effort, which is a wonderful statement about who they are, as much as it is a statement about what they've done. I think that's wonderful. And I wanted to also draw attention to the fact that Dennis Blair and some other community members were deeply engaged kind of at the same time in trying to bring help to these issues within our student population and our community. It's clearly something that the community at large feels is extremely important to focus on. So I want to thank not only the students, but also all the community members, and of course the Education Challenge as well. And I was also thinking as I was watching the video and listening to the example you gave of the young person who had helped her family members. The student was talking about people were in their own bubble. And we see that so much, and it has exacerbated over these last couple of years. And how wonderful it is to see our students helping to lead the way to reduce those bubbles, and their impact on other students will carry over into all aspects of our population, our community, which is deeply impressive and a huge help to everyone, no matter who they are or what age they are within our community. And kind of staying with that community lens that I've been looking through with this, how would you describe how the community is involved, and if you see additional ways as we further implement that the community might become more involved?
I think the hope would be that we just continue to pick up that momentum and get as much involvement as possible. I think it's the stigma and the weight that surrounds the issue, and to start seeing it chip away, at least in Westerville, I think it's monumental. And so that's what our students are saying, right? We always say places and spaces, but that needs to extend out of our walls and into our community. So if that's step one of just people within organizations, households, et cetera, just attending a QPR and getting that language, when we can all speak a similar language around that mental health piece. And it is hard to say, are you feeling suicidal, or asking the right questions, but to be able to have those dinner time conversations or lunchroom conversations at work, I think that's really, really important. And so we've just started that community piece. I see it just growing and growing. We've talked about offering lunch and learns and just doing a lot of different things within the QPR scope. But from there, I think as we are learning more about Hope Squads, to invite our community in, it's going to have some pretty massive opportunities there as well.
Yeah, I think so. Opportunities and benefits for everybody, including our students as well. And I was thinking it would be good for the Ministerial Association to be made aware of these community training programs. Vaughn leads that. That's why I'm pointing at him. There are opportunities for various segments of our community to step up and be engaged as well. I'm excited about it. And this is, just indulge me, okay? As I have learned about Hope Squad over the years, there's one thing that comes to my mind every single time, and it's a poem by Emily Dickinson. And you probably know it. Everybody knows it. It's "Hope is the thing with feathers." And I think about it when I think about Hope Squad and the deep intangibles that benefit our students and our community. And just the first couple of stanzas say, "Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. And sweetest in the gale is heard, and sore must be the storm that could abash the little bird that kept so many warm." And that's hope. And that's Hope Squad. So, yeah. So whenever you hear that poem now, you too will think of Hope Squad. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for being here and for this work and bringing this conversation out of the dark corners. I lost a 15-year-old nephew to suicide several years ago in a different community, and I wish that more people had access to QPR. So thank you for bringing it to the community. I have a couple questions about that. One is, I think the community trainings are for 18 and up. Is that correct? Okay. Because I'm thinking about the kids in our schools who will, frankly, never be peer nominated for anything, right? But some of them, excuse me, may really be passionate about this. Do you envision a way in the future for kids to express their interest?
Yeah, so part of the curriculum, once we get our footing, would be peers teaching peers parts of that QPR. So going into classrooms and, again, I think we've got to frame that up appropriately. But yes, that would be the key goal, is that those leaders who were peer selected then get to go teach their other peers, in addition to the staff members with us, and get that into every human that, walks into our buildings, would be the ultimate goal.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, because I think it's wonderful to have the students who lots of other students recognize as leaders, but sometimes, kids might really benefit by this, students might really benefit, and they might be really passionate about it, but they're just not going to be selected in that way. And also, I'm thinking about the diversity of the peer leaders and, access to the trainings, and just keeping that in mind too, right? And I don't know if that's something that you all have sort of consciously thought through, but I would just ask you to keep that in mind and make sure that, we're providing kids with all kinds of different backgrounds and identities to have access to at least the QPR training. Because I think we think about community members are being trained at 18 plus and staff, and then of course the leaders. It's those other students that I'm really hoping, we can get this to, who might not be selected as leaders.
No, that's helpful for us to consider a little bit more about the selection process, which is one of the coolest ways I've seen nominations happen in a lot of programs. Is we asked students, showed them a quick Hope Squad clip of kind of what it is, and then asked them to nominate three classmates who display the following, listening, there for you, who you would turn to in a crisis. So what was really remarkable, the names that duplicated, when they all settled, they looked like Westerville South High School and Westerville North High School and Westerville Central High School. So did we get everybody in that representation? No, but it was a really, we thought we'd have to work a little bit harder, and it was beautiful that it just kind of, if anything, it was just, students trusting what it was yet and wanting to take that nomination. Not everybody accepted those nominations, but we'll absolutely keep that in mind and continue to grow the diversity so it does look like our buildings.
I just really, like others, want to say thank you for bringing this to our schools and our community. It's really heavy. And appreciate the fact that you guys listen to the students' voices coming forward and supporting them, because a lot of times students feel shut down by adults. A quick question more about the selection process. When the students are nominated, because you have me tearing up, I'm sorry. When they're nominated, I'm assuming so many students are nominated. Like, where do you make the cutoff? How do you make that selection?
Yeah, Hope Squad, it helps you kind of box it out into what you're looking for. So it goes on your size and how many students you want. So ours hovered at 50 to 70, and we wanted that to be, I would say 10, 11, 12 was higher as far as the seats. A little bit more reduced at 9th grade, because those 8th graders coming in. Wanted them to kind of sit into high school a little bit longer, so we'll re-up them this next year as we bring in new 8th graders, going to be 9th graders. But it became very, the numbers, when you saw the lists, kind of spoke to what your numbers would look like at that building. So we had plenty of people with 1 and 2 nominations, but others with 10, 15, 20 started to separate pretty easily through, okay, we have this many for this school. If we're looking for more, then it could get a little bit more complicated as you got down into the lower numbers. But there was no other vetting process with grades and anything else attached to this. This was, who are the good humans running around here that can help? And then let's go extend an invitation, and then also let their parents know. So parents were well aware. Parents got offered the QPR as well. So, they're trying to keep our parents on the same page. It's heavy for them to think of what, their kids were signed up for. So hope that helps a little bit.
Yes, it does. Thank you. And then I saw that February 22nd and March 16th are the next two upcoming When you train people in the community about QPR, I'm assuming like when you ask that question, are you having suicidal thoughts? You also train them on how to navigate the answers.
Yeah, absolutely. QPR, it's wonderful to help you say those questions out loud and then respond because, time after time people say, well, I don't want to know the answer. That's why I don't want to ask the question, right? It's scary to think what's going to happen on the other side. So that is the next step is when they do say yes or they don't say no, what is your next step to persuade them to get to the referral step of getting help? But yeah, they walk you through all the steps.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to go a little bit different direction, and I'm going to call on Julie. But Julie, if you don't want to speak, you don't have to. You're a community member that you help at Central, and I just would love for you to come up here if you are willing and maybe talk about the impact that it's had on you and the kiddos, because I know it's changed you.
It has changed me. Thank you, Tracy, for the opportunity to speak tonight. Yes, so I am the Westerville Education Challenge Advisor at Central. I also have a sophomore at North. And, as was said, having a program like this in our community, I get so emotional talking about it because my family has been impacted, by suicidal ideation. If my child had a program like this, we could have averted a lot of, stress in community and in our families and that. What I've seen at Central has been extraordinary. That group of advisors and students have been so willing and have embraced this this offering with open arms. And I've seen the walls come down between these kiddos and have just, it's opened the possibility to the bubble, as we talked about, reducing that bubble and just having honest and open conversations and keeping dark topics like this in the light where they belong. So I say all that to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of this and supporting our community. It means a great deal to me.
Thank you so much for sharing. I appreciate it. I'm going to dig a little bit deeper, and I'm probably going to put you on the spot, but I know we have, no, come on back. They're like, ah. So I want to talk a little bit about the class at South. So I know South has had the opportunity to carve some time out. We have 4 people there leading a Hope Squad class, right? There's 15 kiddos in there. And whenever I'm at the school and am fortunate enough to talk to the counselors and am part of WEC, so this is close to my heart, I would like you to talk a little bit about the impact and how it has gone this year and then how it's going to look. Hopefully we're rolling it out to the other 2 schools next year. What is the plan there?
So, ideally, I think like anything else, it would be a dream to have this as a course, a standing course. That is what we didn't know yet. So there were a concentrated group of staff members along with students who said, because when you go through training, you can hear what other buildings or other districts are doing. And so the thought of it being a class, which happened in Cincinnati, really took hold at South. And so they didn't have a way to get it through the right channels yet, so they did a credit flex application process and had a lot of donation of time on adults. And so they're running a class. It's co-taught by so many amazing people there. And if you ask those students, I mean, I had a parent reach out to us a couple weeks ago and say, at dinner, our daughter said the reason she goes to school is to go to that class because she's never learned more about life than in this class, right? And so you're able to really dig into the curriculum, and it's guided, right? So it has the curriculum attached to it. You just get to get into it in a much deeper level, and you get to see the students on a regular basis. So in addition to just the equity piece of taking that off the table, to be able to get into the content, those at South, that core group kind of leads all the other pieces, and it's just simpler versus advisory time or after school or piecing it together in other moments. So the hope
So not, okay.
So we, I would say, we're
Yeah.
working alongside our curriculum office to try and figure out what are those next steps.
Okay.
Put it through the right process. There's a lot more steps to go. So next year, I think it would still be a CFA at this point. We're into the scheduling season, we're into those pieces. So the hope is that we continue to show the curriculum and go through the right steps to present it as a potential class.
Yeah, sorry.
I think Jill went to go get batteries to fix
Oh.
the sound.
They cut you off. Do we want to wait, or?
Maybe just to reiterate, while we're waiting for batteries, what was just the little nugget of what you were saying that other people would have not heard you say, which is that it's currently under credit flex option right now at South. The hope is to bring it to the other buildings, and you are working with the curriculum department to take it through the appropriate steps to make that happen. So I think that, I just wanted to sum it up so you weren't standing there saying wonderful things that people couldn't hear.
And I'll take up a little time too. I just share my thoughts. So as far as QPR training, everyone's heard about it tonight. I would challenge each of you to go to the website. We can sign up there, correct? And sign up and bring someone with you and then ask them to, get someone else to take it because it really is important. So.
While they're changing batteries, just an additional observation, we've been talking about our portrait of a graduate and moving from portrait to practice. Of course, one of the attributes is social emotional and problem solving.
Right.
And it's these kinds of opportunities that we give our kids that grow that part of their education in addition to content knowledge. And so it aligns very well with what we're trying to do with our students in the long term. So I appreciate that we're seeing those things come together.
Nicole, do you have any thoughts or input there just from being part of the group also?
So I do volunteer with Westerville Education Challenge some, and I just want to say that, I think this is an amazing thing that we're doing in the schools. As a parent, I have a daughter going into the middle school. I'd love to see this expanded into those grade levels as well. Because kids are dealing with some really heavy stuff these days. I mean, especially what the last 2 years have brought to us. I think we've seen more of a need for this sort of thing, and
So the last thing I just want to say is thank you. Thank you to all the staff members that made this possible. It is a lot of work, and I know a lot of extra hours, and it's truly appreciated. Thank you so much. Oh, and Christy has one more question.
I'm sorry. You're like, really? So I love this idea of making it sounds like an elective, right? In a classroom or in the schools. Is there ever a thought of, because not every kid probably will gravitate towards that, but every kid could really benefit from it. So I guess I wonder how, what is the thought process in really making sure that every student is touched by it in some way?
So, and this is something that I'll be talking about later too, when
Oh.
we discuss the mental health and suicide prevention policy. But there have been changes in House Bill 123 that touches on suicide awareness and prevention and those components and pushing them into health classes 612. So I'll be talking about that later as well.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Our next report, 5.2, is our audit report.
thank you, President Davidson, members of the board. So we have 2 of our audit committee members here to report to the board on the fiscal year 2021 audit. We have Dory Christian and Sue Holschler.
Welcome.
Thank you for having us. Good evening. My name's Dory Christian, and I'm a community member of the Audit Committee. Other community members include Eric Kyrie, Javon Williams, Scott Pryfogel and Sue Holscher, who is here with me tonight to present. The district employees on the Audit Committee are Dr. John Kellogg, Dr. Nancy Nestor Baker, Mark Hershiser, Nicole Marshall, and Laura Hendricks. The committee met on January 24th, 2022 at 11:30 a.m. to review the audit report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021. We met with our auditors Adam Lesh and Ryan Keeney from the audit firm Julian & Group. And this year's audit report produced no findings for the 8th straight year. This will be the 10th year the district will receive the Auditor's Award. And the second year will receive the STARS Award. And I'm going to turn it over to Sue to explain a little bit more about those awards.
Hi again, I'm Sue Holscher, and it does seem kind of odd to say, it says they're celebrating school boards, well, let's celebrate the audit. So that's what this is doing. So I'm going to celebrate the audit, yay. The first one is the 10th year that we've gotten the Auditor of State Award with distinction, and to get that, we had to have financial reports filed with the Auditor of State's office with no findings, a management letter that contained no comments related to ethics, so no ethics problems, no question costs. The reports were timely, no bank rec issues. I'm sorry, reconciliation for those not in the accounting world. That's what rec is, a little shortened version there. The single audit, no findings for recovery less than $500, and no public meetings issues. Now, related to that, there's also another award that we got. So beyond the 10th year for the Award of State Award with distinction, we also got this is the second year that we have gotten this new award called the STARS Award, which STARS stands for the Star Rating System. Exciting. Okay, and to get that, it's for transparency in government and related to the public records being open and transparent and such. For instance, having meetings like this that are open to the public is aware of when the meetings are. They're publicized via the website. Administrators have received public records training. There's an online presence to provide the agenda, the policies and schedules, and official documents, budget, et cetera, is all available online and accessible and transparent. So again, this is the second year that this award has been out there, and we've gotten it for the second year. So, and as the Audit Committee members too, we just wanted to say thank you to Nicole Marshall's office. They've done a fantastic job, and this is all due to them, and we should all be really proud of the fiscal controls and procedures and policies that we have from her office on down and from your support. Thank you. There's no questions, are there? But there can be.
That's so funny. Does anyone have any questions? Hearing none, you're
Okay.
set. Thank you
Okay.
so much for your
You're
time.
welcome. Take care.
Nicole, do you have anything to add?
Oh, I just want to thank Sue and Dory for coming. This is their second year serving on the Audit Committee, and so they do a great job, and I'm just really glad to have them here. So we'll follow up with the auditor's office about the awards and see how we can have those presented to the district.
This was so great. I mean, I wish we had one of those nets, that drops the balloons and the confetti down. And this is seriously important stuff, and it's really good news. It is indeed celebratory. So I'm throwing confetti. You just can't see it.
Maybe if we can get the auditor here to present
Yeah,
us with
we'll
the
throw
award,
confetti in
we'll
there.
have
Yeah, that'd be great.
confetti.
I think
Just
it
throw at 'em.
should be a cash prize. It shouldn't just be a certificate, it should be a cash prize.
Environmentally friendly, that's why.
I do want to say too, I mean, we have a great staff in the treasurer's office, but it also requires a lot of support. So the audit covers not just the finances, but there's a lot of compliance issues and things that it pretty well touches every level of the organization. And so I appreciate the support from the board and working with Dr. Kellogg and the entire leadership team in the district. I think everyone does a really nice job of realizing how important it is to make sure that we are transparent and we are spending public taxpayer money appropriately. So I appreciate the emphasis that we put on that in this district. So thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you again.
Actually, I do have one
Oh,
question.
I'm so sorry.
No, it just came to my mind. Ms. Marshall, can you tell us, do schools that receive voucher money have a similar audit process?
They do not. So private school districts that receive voucher, they don't go through the same annual financial audit as what public school districts do. Thank you for the question.
Good question.
Yes, well done. Up next, 5.3, the superintendent's report. Dr. Kellogg.
Thank you, President Davidson, members of the board. So I want to give an update where we are in terms of COVID and some of the changing conditions around us. And so as I begin, I want to rewind the tape a little bit. At the end of last school year, which seems decades ago, you may recall that going into the summer, in summer school, we had seen case rates, positivity rates around the state and locally really decline. And we actually went into our summer school planning, both our professional development programs and our summer school classes, with mass optional. Post July 4th, remember when it was warm out and it was nice, we started to see the surge of the Delta variant. And that led us to putting together metrics and decision-making practices for mitigation strategies going into the school year. We were all of a sudden back in it again, if you recall. We thought we were clear, we're back in it. And so in August, as those case rates began to climb, we had a surge, it was the Delta variant. We set some metrics for changes to our mitigation strategies, and those were based in guidance from our health departments, our health agencies. And so we opened the year with a K-12 mask mandate at the start of the year during that Delta surge. And then you may recall that at some point that started to look better, and then boom, the Omicron surge came. And we dealt with that post-Thanksgiving through the holidays till recently. And as we've seen recently, we've seen those conditions change again. So as we sit today and we look at where we're at with Omicron and COVID in general, we have a variety of data and information. It's demonstrating that conditions, particularly at our local level, are different and have improved and continue to improve, particularly as we look at things like case rates, positivity rates, the very nature of the current virus and how it affects people. Even our student and staff attendance has improved, and we've seen vaccine rates in our counties, both in Franklin County and Delaware County. Franklin County close to 70%, Delaware County over 70% with vaccinations. So all that data is heading in the right direction, and so that's leading to a change in approach. So what I want to share with the board this evening is that specific to our K-12 mask mandate, effective Tuesday, February 22nd, which is the day we return from our four-day break, a week from tomorrow, we are going to remove the mask requirement and adjust to mask strongly advised and encouraged across the district. There are some practices we're going to maintain. So we're still going to maintain our positive case data on our website. We're going to still maintain our family notifications that are a big part of our operations to keep people informed about what we know. We'll continue to review that data. Right now, with contact tracing, we're required to continue our looking at our data and working with our local health departments to identify clusters. And that's a case in which we may have specifically areas where we need to go to mask mandate at a grade level or a school because of a targeted intervention because of case an outbreak there. So we'll continue that part. They're still required on district transportation per federal guidelines. I think that is set to expire March 18th. I'm not sure what the feds will do with that, but that's where that stands. And most importantly, we're going to still maintain the practice of masks to return. That is, individuals who have been quarantined due to COVID are expected when they return to wear their mask upon return for a time period as well. So we'll continue those pieces. Other practices that still make sense. We're still going to maintain advising people and working to maintain 3 feet as best as possible. Keeping seating charts, that helps with our contact tracing when we need to, particularly in cafeterias and in classrooms. And we continue to remind people to monitor symptoms and isolate yourself when you're sick. And please work with our nurses. They have been a tremendous resource for families and staff when they have these situations and providing them advice. They know on the ground floor what you need to do, so continue working with them. And I want to share that this is the standard of the district. It's not subject to differences at schools or classroom levels. I don't want anybody to interpret that this is now like a classroom rule that I want to do differently than other people. This will be standard across, not individualized as people sometimes want to do. We're waiting till the 22nd. We want to give time for our families to absorb the news, to have conversations at home about their children, what they want them to do, and for us to get our communication out and make preparations for that change. So again, effective Tuesday, February 22nd, a week from tomorrow, we would move to mask strongly advised. A couple other pieces I want to share that are connected to that change that'll come a little bit quicker. So starting tomorrow, the 15th, we're going to take lift the limit on our attendance at our indoor events. So our upcoming theater productions, choir productions, et cetera, no longer going to limit capacity. We're going to stop quarantining students who reside with a positive case, but the student themselves remain asymptomatic. Right now, we call it a sibling sweep, for lack of better terms, but we have students in our district who are in a house with another child who's positive. We've been asking them to quarantine. We will stop doing that effective tomorrow. And the last thing is we're going to begin allowing volunteers back in our school buildings. We have a policy and a procedure which people go through to become certified volunteer, level 1, level 2. That stays the same. And this is really the same, but emphasizing that it's really the principal's discretion regarding whether an event needs volunteers and how many volunteers they want to have in. So not changing the process for becoming a volunteer, just clarifying that the principal has that ability to do that. Couple key messages. Number one, I really want to offer a great deal of appreciation to our students and staff about their maintaining their expectations and their compliance to our mask requirement that we've had. We opened the school year, go back to August, and our concern was whether or not people would put us in a position that this was going to be a battle. And frankly, our kids and our staff have done a great job of doing that. And I really appreciate that. Second, still need to practice mitigation strategies and want to encourage people to consider getting vaccinated. If you haven't done so, I'd encourage you to do that. Sorry, some water. And last thing, as we've seen, here it is February 14th, making a change. Things change. So not sure what the future holds as it relates to this. I know where we are now, and I think we're ready for this. So I would advise on a personal note for people looking at what this means, strongly encourage. And I think we want to measure our individual rights against the responsibilities we have for the people around us. There are still circumstances where it makes sense to put your mask on. You know, when you're in those close quarters, you nearby people, you want to give thought to that one. So not just here, but in the community in general. So that's my report for this evening. Happy to take any questions or thoughts that you might have.
Anyone? Go ahead.
I just have a clarifying question. Thank you for that. So at events, that won't be limited anymore. I'm assuming masks are strongly encouraged but not required.
Correct. We're gonna leave it as that. Yes. And I again, it's one of those places where when you have a full auditorium and there's people around you, and you don't know their health condition and what they're dealing with, it's seems to me reasonable practice to give that consideration as you make your choice. If you're in an auditorium and it's not a full auditorium and there's plenty of space, that may look differently. So there are times and places where it makes sense, and there's times and places where we probably have some more allowance.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I want to just reiterate a few things that I heard that are important. So the 22nd will be the start date for K-12.
And we have communication, we'll prepare, and that will go out, yes.
But mask will still be necessary on transportation for now until March 18th, and that's a federal guideline, not something that we determine. And I think it's also important to note that there were a number of different metrics that continue to be reviewed and evaluated on an ongoing basis that informs the decision that is arrived at in terms of whether we're masked, not masked. And so it's not just one metric, but there are several different metrics that you and members of the administration are reviewing to make that decision.
That's correct, yes.
I also think it's important for us to remember that we know different people across the community have different positions and beliefs on this subject. It can be a very divisive issue. But I think it's important for us to remember and be mindful of the Westerville way, in that we care for one another. And so there are, you mentioned situations where it may make sense that we do mask, even though it's not required that we do. So if I'm in a work group and there's a fellow student in my work group that I know has a breathing issue, it might be advisable for us to wear a mask. And so I would just like to remind us all of the Westerville way, to where we care not only for ourselves, but we care for one another. Let's see, what else did we have here? And the one other thing I think was important is that this is the decision for right now in terms of how we will operate, but we have to be mindful that that can change at any time based on the conditions in the environment around us. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
To follow up on that, I would just really encourage families, as you talk to your students about this change, to reiterate that. You know, they might be in a class where they know they're sitting next to somebody who has a medical condition, and talk about how important it is for that person, maybe not for them, but for that person to mask up in that situation. So I would just really ask, you know, families, ask students to make sure you bring a mask to school, because you never know what situation you're going to be in where that might be a really good idea for you or for someone who's around you.
So I am supporting this. You're moving forward on this. I want to make sure that one of the things I am working on as a human is just being accountable and holding other people accountable. And during the core meeting, Jen and I talked about this. We heard a couple different people express some different ideas. Some are here. I want to validate some of those concerns in the back of the room. There was one thought, as we talked all about this, that maybe waiting until after spring break from us to get back from visiting, going, and then wearing masks for 2 weeks later. There was, the union suggested that, our nurses suggested that, mental health suggested that. I do know that John has worked with his team and area officials and people from the health community, and at this time, feels like this is where we can proceed forward. But I did hear, and I'm going to reiterate what Vaughn just said, this can change at any time. So as numbers go up, the masks may go back on. And I want to say it one more time. Anything else, John, that you would like to add?
No, I know there's a variety of opinions and thoughts on this, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the emails I get. We'll just continue to work our way through this and get to the other end.
Yep.
Following on Jen's comment, like talking to students about bringing masks, maybe also talk to your students about if they have a health condition, just asking their peers, if they're working closely, if they wouldn't mind wearing a mask for them. They don't have to share why, but they can at least express their desire to be around people that are masked.
Okay. 6.1, we do not have any public comments tonight, So 7.1, resolution to approve the purchases in accordance to ORC 5705.41 and Board Policy 6320.
So moved.
Second.
Nicole, do you want to talk about this?
Sure. Thank you, President Davidson, members of the board. So these are what we affectionately call then and now purchase orders. So what this means is that we received an invoice that was dated before a purchase order date. So then we didn't have a purchase order dated in time for the invoice. And what we have are two different purchases here. Anything in above $3,000 requires board approval in order for us to pay them when there's not a purchase order already in place. What caused these was, so these are for tuition, so for out-of-district placement tuition for students that we are responsible for. And I Am Boundless was actually a company that the name had changed on the company, so there was a purchase order under the old company name, but we had to create a new one with the new company name. And the other one is an out-of-state school that we're paying tuition, and sometimes it's really hard to track those out-of-state kiddos when they're placed out-of-state, and so that one got missed in getting a purchase order in place. But the money is budgeted and available, and with your approval, we'll be able to pay these.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments?
Might be helpful to have John or Nicole just give a very brief explanation about why we would be paying tuition.
Thank you, Dr. Nestor Baker. Yes, that's an excellent question. So we are responsible for all students that reside in our school district, regardless of where they're educated. So in these cases, we might see a student that is placed outside of the district due to foster placement, potentially court placed, things like that. And so we're responsible for the cost of educating those children. And so sometimes we have to pay tuition to other educating entities.
And it's important to note that these are foster placements, court placements. These are legal placements. It isn't that you can decide to move to another state and, have us pay tuition. It doesn't work that way. These are legal responsibilities that we have.
Correct.
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Dr. Nestor Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Mrs. Meyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Ottman?
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson?
Yes. Is everyone okay if we take the personnel consent agenda as one? Okay. 8.1 through 8.14, personnel consent agenda. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And Mr. Reeves is with us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, President Davidson, members of the board, Dr. Kellogg, and Mrs. Marshall. I would like to present to you for your consideration tonight's personnel consent agenda. The items in tonight's agenda mostly represent our regular action items with regard to resignations, hirings, and contract status changes. There are a few items, however, to be noted in tonight's agenda. First and foremost, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that today is Valentine's Day. And I'd like to offer my congratulations because, according to some magazine at the checkout line, 6 million couples will get engaged today. Tonight, we will be asking the board to consider and approve 10 classified and 2 licensed resignations. In Section 810, the board is being asked to approve a multitude of change of assignments, as the first big wave of hirings from Minerva, France is now upon us. As I've shared with the board previously, we've received a tremendous amount of interest both internally and externally, with Barb Wallace and Principal Tyson Hilkert a little more than halfway through the process. In 807, a classified movement of note to Minerva, France, is Bev Davis, who will be transitioning from Westerville South. Bev has always done an outstanding job taking care of everyone, especially the board, when it comes to programs like academic awards programs and all of that. So we're excited to have Bev open up Minerva, France. In 813, the board will have for its consideration once again many classified hirings. Although I don't have concrete data on the impact of our campaign initiative, Deb Asta in our department has remarked that our phone has not stopped ringing once we started doing that. We are fortunate to have several qualified licensed hirings for the board to approve in 814, which represents an unusually talented group of staff, several of whom will step in to take on immediate mid-year vacancies. And lastly, my favorite part, we have 2 classified service retirements to consider this evening in 804. Joyce Michael, who has served as the first face to welcome our guests when they enter the second floor here at Eastwind, will be retiring after 20 years of service to the district. Irma Shaw will be retiring from our food service department after 39 years of service. 39 years. That takes us back to the good old days in food service when chicken was on Monday, became pot pie on Tuesday, became chicken soup on Wednesday. Collectively, Joyce and Irma have served the district for 59 years. And that would take us back to the year 1963, when Sam Cooke had us twisting the night away. Tony Bennett crooned "I Left My Heart" in San Francisco, and the first Grammy winner of the Bing Crosby Award was, well, Bing Crosby. It was a time when we were uplifted by Dr. King's "I Have a Dream" speech during the March on Washington, and the nation was saddened by the loss of President Kennedy on that dark day in Dallas. A little closer to home, in 1963, the first full group of students completed the first 3 years of what was first called Lowell High School, before being renamed Westerville High School, to which immediately following the illustrious graduation class of Dr. Nestor Baker became known as Westerville South High School. So I'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Whoever thought I would enjoy the personnel consent calendar?
I know, it's like a, yeah, and a comedy routine, right? Stand up right here before our eyes. Any questions? Hearing none. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Ms. Marshall, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Mrs. Meyer?
Yes.
Dr. Nestor Baker?
Yes.
Mrs. Altman?
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson?
Yes. Up next, old business, 9.1, final reading for policy 5464, early high school graduation. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any comments here? Ms. Marshall?
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Dr. Nestor Baker?
Yes.
Mrs. Meyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Altman?
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson?
Yes. 9.2, final reading for policy 5611, due process rights, revised. Any comments here, questions? Ms. Marshall? Oh, I'm sorry, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Sorry.
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Mrs. Altman?
Yes.
Mrs. Meyer?
Yes.
Dr. Nestor Baker?
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson?
Yes. I was so excited about new business, welcoming Jesse Martin back. 10.1, first reading, policy 5350, student mental health and suicide prevention.
Good evening, President Davidson, members of the board, Dr. Kellogg, and Mrs. Marshall. Policy number 5350 is student mental health and suicide prevention. The revisions recommended reflect new requirements from House Bill 123, also known as Save Students Act. Utilizing ODE-approved evidence-based curriculum, like you have seen tonight with QPR and Hope Squad, many of which also on top of that we have adopted in Westerville. Students will receive information on suicide awareness and prevention, safety training, and social inclusion. Designated staff will also continue to receive professional development on suicide awareness and prevention, as I said earlier, just like QPR. Are there any questions?
Hearing none. Thank you so much. 10.2, first reading for policy 5722, school-sponsored publications and productions. Ms. Baldwin's going to join us for that. Welcome.
Good evening, President Davidson, members of the board, Dr. Kellogg, and Ms. Marshall. This policy was originally adopted in 2009, and this updates the definition of student publication and productions to include any student publication regardless of its medium, which provides opportunity for the policy to apply to student publications even as technology changes and the modes of publications evolve. The policy update also provides guidance on prior review and restraint of school-sponsored publications and adds that the superintendent or designee retains the final authority to determine whether an advertisement is appropriate and will be included in school-sponsored publications and productions. Any questions?
Any questions?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Hearing none. 10.3 and 10.4, we can combine these. First reading to approve non-transport boundaries for Minerva Park Middle School as well as Minerva France Elementary School. And Randy Snyder's here to talk to us about that. Welcome, Randy.
Thank you, President Davidson. Good morning, or good morning. I'm in the transportation mind right now.
Right.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Kellogg, Ms. Marshall. Before you this evening, these two resolutions together will identify and approve the non-transportation boundaries for, as you mentioned, Minerva France Elementary School for this coming fall, and then Minerva Park Middle School in the fall of '23. Ohio Revised Code 3327.01 does require transportation for students in kindergarten through 8th grade who reside greater than 2 miles from their home school. However, Westerville's service parameters continue to exceed the state minimum requirements, and the proposed boundaries, which will be before you this evening for first reading, are consistent with existing non-transportation boundaries for other Westerville City schools. So for this coming fall, for Minerva France Elementary School, before you is the boundary in aerial view. Mainly, this is the new MI development of Minerva Park. Geographically, that is the boundary. As you see to the left, Alder Vista and some of the older neighborhood areas, if you will, of Minerva Park, and then to the north, just beyond this picture that you see before you, is current Hawthorne Elementary School. So again, the site of Minerva France Elementary School there to the right. And then the same boundary will be utilized for the opening of Minerva Park Middle School, which is again the new MI development. This picture here shows you the relationship where the neighborhood is to where the new middle school will be. If these boundaries, just for a reference point, if these boundaries were to utilize today, the Minerva France Elementary School boundary would represent approximately 80 students, and the Minerva Park Middle School would be approximately 40 students. Again, that's taking today's student body and using those numbers to identify for the new schools. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Recommended standing business. 11.1, overnight and out-of-state field trips. May I have a motion?
So move. Second.
And Ms. Baldwin's back.
Good evening. So the trips that we have for tonight's approval include 2 baseball and softball spring break trips, our 8th grade Washington DC trip for Walnut Springs Middle School, and then 2 out of the country trips that will take place, one during spring break to Belize and another during the summer to England, France, Germany, and Austria. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about those trips.
I just want to say I'm so excited to see Walnut Springs on here.
Yep, we've got students registered and we're finalizing chaperones.
That's fabulous. Anybody else? Go ahead.
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Mrs. Meyer?
Yes.
Dr. Nestor Baker?
Yes.
Mrs. Altman?
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson?
Yes. 11.2, winter graduation candidates.
So this evening I have the honor of sharing several high school graduate candidates with you for approval. These students have met all of their diploma requirements at this time and will be official graduates of Westerville City Schools. None of them chose to join us this evening, but I do want to share their names and recognize their accomplishment. From Westerville Central, Kaya Giada Gianni is our new graduate. From Westerville North, Malachi Xavier Asbury, Colin Matthew Hickey, Elijah Zachary Kramer, and Lucinda Ruth Van de Keefe are graduates of Westerville North High School. And at Westerville South, Caden Thomas Saunders and Aaliyah Marie Ebbinghaus are our newest graduates. So congratulations to them. Motion? May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any other comments? You want to call the roll?
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Dr. Nesterbaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Meyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Altman?
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson?
Yes. And one more, 11.3.
Sorry, I thought it was, or I thought it was.
That's okay.
Next, so, this.
Can I ask for a motion first?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I apologize.
That's
I
okay.
have my list here.
Just, it's a motion authorizing 2022-2023 membership in Ohio High School Athletic Association. Okay.
And this is an agreement we sign every year to be members of OHSAA. And I think that's it. I don't know if any have any questions.
Any questions or comments?
Nope.
Thank you.
Mrs.
Thank you.
Meyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Altman?
Yes.
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Dr. Nesterbaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson?
Yes. Okay, 11.4, a resolution to oppose changes to the County Board of Revisions process as proposed by House Bill 126 of the 134th General Assembly. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And Ms. Meyer is going to read this and talk to us about it.
Thank you. So this is a resolution, as President Davidson said, to oppose changes to the County Board of Revisions process as proposed in House Bill 126 of the 134th General Assembly. Whereas school districts and other local governments have a strong interest in ensuring property values within a taxing district are set at the most accurate levels, and whereas Ohio's current property valuation and tax system has worked to benefit its citizens for decades through a county's Board of Revisions, which affords all interested parties the ability to participate in the process, providing a proper procedure for checks and balances to preserve and maintain fair and equal taxation practices, and whereas school districts and local governments participate in the Board of Revisions process to ensure the values of properties are accurately set, with challenges being made in the interest of all property owners so that one property owner is not forced to pay more than his or her neighbor based on an inaccurate valuation. And whereas the proposed changes to the longstanding Board of Revision system, as outlined in House Bill 126, as amended by the Senate, would, among other changes, eliminate the ability of school districts and local governments to file property tax complaints, and 2, create restrictions on the ability to file counter complaints that would prevent school boards from appealing decisions of the Board of Revisions. And whereas these prevent schools and local governments from accessing the Board of Revisions process, which results in commercial and residential property owners with accurate property values paying more than their fair share of taxes, subsidizing the lower taxes paid by commercial and residential property owners whose properties are undervalued due to the effects of House Bill 920. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Education of the Westerville City School District that Section 1, it is necessary to oppose House Bill 126 of the 134th General Assembly to protect the long-standing property valuation and tax system through the county boards of revision, which affords all interested parties the ability to participate in the process, providing a proper procedure for checks and balances to preserve and maintain fair and equal taxation practices. Section 2, The treasurer is authorized to deliver or cause to be delivered a certified copy of this resolution to community leaders, to members of the Ohio House of Representatives and the Ohio Senate, including Representatives Derek Marin and Senator Andrew Brenner, and to the office of Governor Michael DeWine. This resolution shall be in full force and effect immediately upon its adoption. Do I need to do any? Are there any questions that maybe Ms. Marshall can answer? In more depth?
No?
I just want to mention that House Bill 26 right now sits with the House. So it had gone to the Senate. The Senate made a bunch of changes that made it even more restrictive and basically eliminated our ability to participate in the Board of Revisions process. The House has not brought it back for a vote yet, but it is sitting with the House of Representatives currently. And if the House does vote to concur with the Senate's changes, then it will go to Governor DeWine for signature. So they've had it for, I think we're on week 2 now. And so we would strongly encourage any community members that believe in a fair taxation process to contact their House of Representative members and encourage them to not vote to concur with the Senate's changes on House Bill 126.
And I may add, reach out to the Speaker of the House too, to let it be known how this will impact our community and our district.
Great, thank you both.
We talked about this at an earlier meeting, and I want to remind people who might not have watched that meeting, I don't know why they wouldn't have, but that we have discussed it at length. There are a lot of bills that are put forward that can create difficulties. Some of those bills rise to remarkably egregious levels. And when that happens, we pass resolutions, we engage in ramped up advocacy on behalf of our community. We do it all the time, but some of them come to a higher level, and this is one of them. And, most people don't realize this is happening, and that is very worrisome. Key in this resolution to me is the phrase that says, which results in commercial and residential property owners with accurate property values paying more than their fair share of taxes, subsidizing the lower taxes paid by commercial and residential property owners whose properties are undervalued. That is a really big point, and we are all at the mercy of a bill, should it become law, that will strip away our abilities to help keep the brakes on that happening. It's often painted as though school districts go after people to get, increased valuations and so forth. What you find when you really look at what school districts do, in particular our school district, is our focus is not on residential property owners, and our focus is on commercial properties that do indeed pay under a fair value, which does mean that all of us, residential, commercial, whatever, we are all paying for that. That's wrong. And that's why this resolution is important. That's why it's really important that people understand the damage that this sort of legislation accrues within a local community.
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Dr. Nesterbaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Meyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Ottman?
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson?
Yes. Up next, we have public comments, and we have 2. The second set of public comments, in accordance to Westerville City Schools District COVID-19 guidelines, each speaker is required to continue to wear a mask or facial covering while addressing the board. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to address the board. A timer will be shown on the screens, and Mr. Hershiser will call time when 5 minutes has elapsed. We ask that you please keep your comments professional, avoid use of inappropriate language, and refrain from identifying individuals in the event of a complaint. Please address your comments to the board and not to the audience. And our first speaker this evening is Kerry Rutledge. Welcome, Kerry. Yes, please.
Good evening, members of the board, President Davidson, Ms. Marshall, Dr. Kellogg. I'm Kerry Rutledge. I'm here as an advocate for those who can't stand up for themselves, who can't speak, basically for individuals with disabilities. My goal is to bring awareness to the lack of communication from a district level down to the school level for these individuals. Specifically, when we as advocates are left in the dark, it makes it difficult to advocate for our children and promote a student-centered approach for these individuals. The most recent incident occurred just today, and apparently has been happening over the past few weeks. I have, on a daily basis, received 1, 2, 3 calls per day from the school principal about my son having increased behaviors. Only did I find out by myself after doing research that his teacher has not been there for 3 weeks, and no one bothered to tell me this, but they wanted to pull me out of my hospital position on a daily basis several times to talk about his behaviors. Then they called me in on Thursday for an emergency removal for my son with an IEP who does not have a behavior plan. The principal had the nerve to sit across from me at the table and not give me the professionalism or respect to notify me that my child's teacher has not been there for 3 weeks. According to the IEP, there needs to be an intervention specialist, aka his teacher, present in order to implement his IEP goals, and that has not been happening. This is just one of the many things that has come across my table recently, let alone hearsay that he's being moved to a different school without parents being able to notify these individuals, setting them up for potential failure. They need structure, they need consistency, they need communication. We need time to prepare our children for this, and this has not been happening. I've been told to reach out to Miss Glass. I've sent several emails, crickets. I don't know who she is, I don't know where she is. She's failed to reply. It's very sad to me that this size of a district with the amount of individuals with special needs is being left behind, so to say, and that myself as a parent, I'm not respected enough to be told that my child's teacher has not been there, and to call me up to 3 times per day for the last 3 weeks, an emergency remove my child from school, not knowing. I've asked, and I was told that I had to brainstorm why he's having behaviors. Well, guess what? I've written behavior plans for years. I've already done that. And the principal still looked me in the eyes and told me it was my job to figure it out. I just want to bring this to the board's attention for accountability, for help. I've asked and asked and asked. I've tried. This is my kid. And it's just very sad to me that I've gotten one response from Mr. Kellogg to reach out to the special needs director, and nothing's happened. And then the call for principal as I leave for this meeting today, and for him to say, it never came across my mind to tell you as a parent, his teacher hasn't been there. But it comes across my mind 3 times a day to call you and get you out of work. I work in the mental health field. I'm a licensed professional. So when we talk about mental health, it's important across all boards, and it's not being implemented. That's all.
Thank you. Mrs. Rutledge, just so you know, we don't answer questions tonight, but I am going to ask Dr. Kellogg to look into this, which I'm sure he would anyhow, and get back to you.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming tonight and sharing your story.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Weaver.
Thank you for allowing me this 5 minutes to shed light on a subject that is important to me and others in our district. Weighted credits in the arts. For 3 years, I have advocated informally and through emails, and even a dedicated meeting with Mr. Reeves and Ms. Knapp before we went remote for the pandemic. Feeling stagnant on the process, recently I published a petition to share information and heighten awareness on this subject. Allow me to read some of that. For too long, Westerville City School District has ignored the inequities between the amount of credit that can be earned at the high school level in advanced arts versus math, science, English, foreign languages, history, the list goes on. These arts include the performance arts such as band, orchestra, and choir, as well as fine arts. This devaluation of the arts also sends a false message that the arts are less important than those other subjects. A bump in credit weighting for advanced arts would be an incentive for every student to stick with the arts. However, this increased credit is especially important to our higher achieving students who are otherwise forced to choose between continuing their dedication to the arts or abandoning their arts classes in favor of something that can contribute more value towards their GPA, potentially their class rank, higher education admissions, scholarships. Students motivated by GPA concerns to drop out of the arts not only hurt themselves, but they also take their talents, experience, and camaraderie away from the arts programs in which they were involved. I offer possible solutions, including officially assigning higher level arts courses the honors designation, along with the typical 1.125 weighting that other honors courses get at the high school. Conversely, we could, after arts credits for graduation requirements are satisfied, simply allow students to audit courses or attend pass-fail option with a pass-fail option so that it doesn't contribute to their GPA. Do you have any questions? I have some more and I have a little more time, but I want to show anybody out there. This is the link to the petition. So far, there are 129 signatures of people who agree with what this petition is saying. Any questions at the moment? I do want to thank Ann Baldwin. We heard from her a few times here. Executive Director of Secondary Schools, who has listened to these concerns recently in her relatively new position, and she's asked good questions. However, our most recent conversation today, she told me that this is basically a big ask. I have come to the realization that this is a lengthy process. I appreciate that. It's something that's likely not going to be resolved in time for my current 8th grader. So I missed the boat. I've been working on this 3 years, and I probably already missed the boat for helping him out. You can imagine I was discouraged, deflated. I almost didn't come tonight. But this cause is too important to abandon. Appreciating and validating the arts and the advanced arts, it goes beyond the grades, okay? Even if I can't figure it out with the weighting, the crediting, we need to give priority to the arts. And also maybe, just maybe, we'll move faster than we think, and we will be able to finally get advanced credits for the advanced arts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Katie. 13.1, board comments. Who would like to go first?
I will. I don't have anything particularly earth-shattering. The speakers tonight, Tracy, you mentioned that you were going to ask John to look into that. I think probably all of us would echo that as well, and I know that you take that as a great concern. So I'd appreciate when you get some more information, let us know what's up with that.
And as regards the weighted credits in the arts, that is a subject that I tend to have a weighted grade toward. I think it is something that we should be considering, and I would also ask that you could provide us some information on that process and arguments for and against. This is something that may be past due, and I would like to know if that is indeed the case. So I would appreciate that. And the last thing I want to say is that there has been a persistent rumor on social media that the Board of Education has banned a list of books that include books like Of Mice and Men and To Kill a Mockingbird and many others. And I just wanted to say, we haven't. So when you see it and it's out there and it's doing what social media does, just either scroll on by or say, no, they didn't. We didn't, we haven't, we aren't considering it. That's all I have tonight.
I just have a few thank yous that I would like to share this evening. First of all, I'd like to thank the representatives that came and talked to us about the Hope Squad, and want to thank you for sharing that information and for all of the tremendously wonderful work that you are doing in our buildings. Two things that really stood out to me. The young lady that was sharing in the video reminds us that mental health is every bit as important as physical health. And she also shared that one of the things that was most important to her was that she was able to help others. And to me, I think that speaks volumes to the value of that program and supporting it to continue to grow. I'd also like to thank the members of our Audit Committee that were here this evening. It can be a thankless job to be a part of the Audit Committee, but we absolutely appreciate all of the time that you gave to help us with that process. So I want to thank the members of our Audit Committee. And finally, I want to congratulate our graduates, those that were approved for graduation here this evening. We want to celebrate them and wish them well in the next chapter of their young lives. And happy Valentine's Day to everybody.
I have a few things. First, I agree. Thank you, Tracy, for asking Dr. Kellogg to look into that. I'm really sorry to hear about that. And Katie, as a mom who has a child in band who is very interested in the arts as well, that's really important to me too. So I'm glad we're going to look into that. So thank you for bringing that forward. I agree with Vaughn and the audit, and appreciate your love for numbers, and I'm really excited about the Hope Squad and the QPR, and we'll be joining one of those training sessions here very shortly. So thank you. I have two bills I wanted to call our attention to that are down at the General Assembly, and hopefully not moving anytime real soon. House Bill 322 and House Bill 327. House Bill 322 was introduced by Representative Don Jones. He's a Republican from Freeport. And House Bill 327 was introduced by Representatives Diane Grendel, who is a Republican from Chesterland, and Sarah Fowler Arthur, a Republican from Ashtabula. Both of these bills bans the teaching of students a diverse and inclusive education, as well as bans training staff to be more equitable and inclusive. House Bill 327 has been referred to the House State and Local Government Committee and has had no hearings. House Bill 322 has been referred to the House and State and Local Government Committee, but has had 3 hearings so far. So it's had sponsor, proponent, and opponent testimony, with the last one being in last September. I've signed up for agendas to be sent from both the House and Senate, state and local government, education, and Ways and Means Committee to try to keep on top of all these bills so we know what's coming, and so I can alert people. So I'll be tracking them. But I would encourage people to reach out to their legislators and talk to them about how you feel about these pieces of legislation and how that could really impact our students and being able to fully know our true history and feel supported in an inclusive district. There are some other bills that I'll be tracking as well, but am learning more about them and how they'll be impacting the district, so we'll likely be bringing these to your attention at other board meetings. And then lastly, I just want to say that We Rise is launching a community-wide book read and conversations called We Rise, We Read. The book selected is How the Word is Passed, A Reckoning with the History of Slavery Across America by Clint Smith. And you can go to their website and register to receive a book. The book discussions are scheduled to be held April 18th through May 29th. So I hope people join in that. And then just a huge congratulations to the graduates. That's all.
Great. Thank you to my, my colleagues for all the thoughtful comments, and I will largely just echo those, although I'll say, if we'd really thought about it, the graduates and the Audit Committee, we could have had a really nice party, tonight. Ms. Rutledge, thank you for bringing your concerns here. I'm glad they're going to get followed up on. And Ms. Weaver, I am the curriculum liaison for secondary for the board, so I'll just promise to bring back any news. Obviously, you'll be engaged in conversation, but try to bring it to this table so that we can share, as that conversation advances with our community. And I have just a little piece of happy news that's hot off the press, so I'm going to read it off my phone here. The Emerson First Lego League robotics team, Atomic Synergy, found out they will be competing at the Ohio FLL State Championship on March 6th. The team's composed of 4th and 5th graders, and they built and programmed a Lego robot to perform a series of missions. They developed an innovation project about sustainable packaging based on this year's challenge theme of Cargo Connect. And their season had already included lots of great things, earning the Champions Award that recognizes the highest scoring overall team at regional competition, and the Rising All-Star Award that celebrates a young team that judges notice and expect great things from in the future at the district level. So this is Emerson's second trip to states since the program started in 2017. So I just want to celebrate our little programmers at Emerson.
That's awesome.
So thanks. Congratulations to them, to the team.
So I'll keep it really short tonight. I want to echo everyone's congratulations and thank yous tonight. Just one quick comment. Even though I'm president and sitting in this seat, I would not speak for the board. I assume, as my colleagues have their own thoughts and feelings, and that they would use board comments to speak those. So I don't mean any disrespect to anyone, but I will only always speak for myself sitting in this seat. Secondly, finally, just want to echo one last thing about our graduates and congratulate them. That's a huge feat. Well done. I can't wait to hear and see what you do. Anything from John or Nicole tonight? Nope. Okay. 14.1, the board will meet in regular session on Monday, February 28th, 2022, which will also include a work session at the Early Learning Center here at Eastwind. A reminder, space will be limited to 50 people to comply with health and safety protocols based on CDC guidance. Masks will be required and social distancing will be observed. That probably will change now. 15.1, may I have a motion to enter executive session for the purpose of considering the compensation and employment of a public employee.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. So we're going to head off to executive session. The camera will still keep rolling, and then we'll come back and end the meeting. But thank you, everyone, for attending tonight. Yep. We just returned from our executive session, and I would like to ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Marshall, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Dr. Nestor Baker?
Yes.
Mrs. Meyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Altman?
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson?
Yes. Thank you for joining us tonight. We're adjourned.